Good morning and welcome back to another episode on the Coin King channel. It's your girl down the crypto TA. Sorry, I'm having to do this the old-fashioned way this morning, so no face, just a voice today, and hopefully, it's a nice voice. Every now and then, early in the morning, it sucks, but I think I'm soothing. All right, it is Monday, Boss Move Monday. But nonetheless, general markets are open once again today. And just kicking things off here with Bitcoin's daily chart. Now, beforehand, I did have this pattern here as a channel. So I had it drawn out just a little bit different where you see the space at the top, but I switched it up. I switched up a couple of things. I got into the charts a little bit. Yesterday, I was up kind of late last night. I turned off my alarm clock. I turned off my alarm clock Saturday. And so, because I don't stream on Sundays, and I did not turn it back on. And I ended up waking up about 30 minutes before stream starts. So I'm like, oh crap. I really didn't have time to do anything spectacular with myself. So I'm sorry, just my vocals this morning and the lovely charts. So Bitcoin came back down here into the ascending trend line here. It actually didn't come into contact with it, which is fine. There was quite a bit of support in here for Bitcoin. I do think that there's still a chance for an additional leg to the downside. I'm not saying that it's going to give much. I'm not saying it's a big drop left to take, but I'm a little cautious in here right now with whether how we'll go. But nonetheless, who knows? Who knows at the moment? Anything can happen. Anything can change. Um, Aside from this being this ascending trend line here, I think we also bounced off of the 60 EMA. So if I turn that on, you can see that it's right here. So we have the 60 EMA here. We also have the golden pocket. The golden pocket is here as well. So let me go on the monthly time frame so I can get this right. So if you're on your monthly and you go from your last monthly candle here, last monthly candle close, we do it like that. Then it's from where's it from? It's from no pivot, not here. Not a pivot that you can actually see from the daily time frame, but that is the golden pocket there as well, just based off of that last monthly candle close. So pretty decent in here. Another thing that I did mention, actually tweeted this out, was the 1000 that's sitting here where we have the 786 located at. That could also be a bounce zone. Just something that I noticed on in traditional market, which several assets are actually companies are actually they're lined up like this. So you have your 60, you have your 1000, and then you have your 200. Like I've noticed that. I noticed it on Nvidia, I noticed it on Palantir, I noticed it on quite a few NASDAQ plays there, but and I've seen them bounce away from this 1000. So it's something that I'm also thinking that Bitcoin could do. Just take the little liquidity here off of this trend line here, kind of freak a couple of people out, and then maybe just get that bounce away from that 786 where we have that 1000 sitting at. So that is on the table right now. That looks pretty nice though, I must say. It looks pretty nice here for Biddy. See, indicators still basically the same. That's something else that I shared too, and just kind of how we had this rise over here on this daily time frame. We actually looked at something like this off of the 8-hour time frame a while back, and we did see us get that breakdown from it, but I never really drew it out on the daily until recently, but we did have it on that 8 hour. We knew about the MACD being negative, which I mean, it doesn't stop you from pushing higher simply because all of those things are in play. So a lot of times ignoring the technicals can be, can be worth it. But in this case, yeah, we didn't manage to get any higher, just putting in our lower highs and lower lows. But nice little bounce there off of that trend line. So you can slap this trend line here on your chart and just look out for that. And I would absolutely add that 60, that 1000, and that 200 EMA on my chart for the daily time frame. Nice little bounce here too. So if you're using your RSI, just here along the bottom line here, you were able to connect these points here. Actually got 4 points now that actually connect. And then you can also see how we got the bounce up in relation to where we have the trend line here too. So that's all I did here is I just looked at this point and this point, connected it on the RSI, like so. You can see there, like so. You can see there, and just see what that bounce, yeah, lined up with, and it happens to be there. There's also a top line as well that you can slap in your chart in the event that Bitcoin does manage to get that bounce up, and we can get to that 130. And so something like that. A little bit of curvature here on the delta, not confirmed anything as of yet. MACD is getting kind of close to this 100. I mean, not the 100, but the zero line. So just be aware of that as well with Bitcoin. Quite a bit of shorts piling into the market. I did see that, and that is fuel for prices to go higher. So if we're looking over here, this is just good old coin grass legend. Just make things a little bit easier to look at several indicators at once if you so choose. I absolutely love it. But you can see all of this red down here. All of this red down here is just short positions piling in, and you can see quite a bit of short liquidity overhead there. You do still have a little bit of liquidity here to the downside, but with all of this red, it just creates a squeeze and drives prices up higher, and that is what we've gotten over the weekend. Now, I do also want to share with you that we do have some bearish divergence, so be aware of that. You're not going to see it here on this daily time frame. Switch us back over here, and this is the 4 hour time frame. So just with the 4 alone, and I can slap on the QTD here and be slapping a lot today. I hear myself repeating it. I turn on the QTD here. Actually, it's not even this time frame. So let me see. Let me make sure. It may just be the 1 hour thing. We do have a little bit up against this little point right here. A little bit there when I look here. But I think it's more so of a 1 hour time frame situation. We have a bit of a cloud cover here. So a little bit of a cloud cover here, which means that if price is to turn down here, and its first interaction again is with this yellow signal line, we could see a quick move or a quick candle, kind of like that one there. Delta looks like it's trying to get a little bit of a pivot to the downside. So 4 hour may have a little bit of exhaustion, and you can tell in these little petty candles in here too, which usually looks a lot better than this. But we got that ban once again. You know who's banning crypto once again? China. So it's happened multiple times. It shouldn't be a big thing, and it may not be as big of a deal. I should have some other numbers in here. I thought I put numbers on everything, but apparently I didn't. But yes, 4 hour could potentially be turning down for another little leg back down here, based on the delta, based on the RSI here, and DTI. If it turns up right now, then it will turn up in favor of the bears. I mean, they've been trying to short at the wrong moment in time. And this is where I was looking at price potentially coming back up to just to the bottom side here. Oh, there they are. I just couldn't see them there. So just to the bottom side of this 4 hour range here or zone. Maybe we can push up into that, even if it's not here in this moment. Again, I did make a couple of changes to my chart. So, um, yeah, this line here, this was just CME, just me just trying to see where CME was at. It's basically what we've been ranging in between. So, with that one little exception. So you can see it a lot clearer over here. You can see this point here and here, how we have that bearish divergence here going across here. And here we can see price action is below this point here. And we're only hitting the bottom side of the dynamic cloud. And that's it. It's still in a great position. I would like to see it drop a little bit more. We did the same thing on the 15-minute time frame before we actually got the bounce, and I could see it from the 15 too. So I ended up taking a little bit of a long position, just a hedge, because I'm in a short, so I just needed to add a long position. So I did that this weekend. I already cut the position in like half the size since I entered on it, just because I know it's the weekend and I didn't want to for one, I work on the weekends, and since I'm dealing with customers, I could get distracted. Anything can happen. Even anything could happen, and I didn't want to miss an opportunity to be in the market when it was looking this good. Okay, so this is the 1 hour time frame, still below the dynamic cloud, just hitting the underbelly here of it with a little bit of bearish divergence there. It has some a little bit of bull divvy in here. So we'll see what we end up getting today. So this is what I was looking at on over the weekend. I think I entered that position on a Saturday. It was a Saturday. Yeah, it was a Saturday because I see it right here. So I was just watching this. I kept seeing the cloud drop, and I was just trying to see if there was ever going to be a moment where it looked more enticing, and there was. Once I started to see us on that 60 EMA and sitting kind of close down here to this trend line here. And we did hit that first little piece of support, which again, I do think that Bitcoin price can afford to come in a little bit more. Like I said, maybe spook a couple of people out by taking that liquidity on that daily time frame. But nice move. Back above here, we had some bullish divergence on that 4 hour time frame also. So that was another giver. I did tweet on that before this drop right here happened. I mentioned the bullish divergence on that 4 hour time frame because I knew that was going to be key. We didn't just have bullish divergence, we were also oversold on the 4 hour time frame, and that combination just made for a nice little pop to the upside, along with the number of shorts that piling into the chart. So that all worked out. So altcoins, let me just say dominance here. So for a minute here, dominance was getting a nice little rise back up here. Of course, adding, poking at the altcoins a little bit more, causing them to bleed out a little bit more. Before getting a little bit of a bounce and a small bit of a pullback here. Just still hitting the standard deviation 1 and this previous support zone here just continuing to hit that and get rejected at the moment, but we're still holding. I mean, we're still holding the standard deviation too as well. So we're just bing bonging around in here until a decision is made. Like, do we break to the downside here with dominance and altcoins can see a little bit more of a move, or do we just chop in here for a minute and we manage to come back up here to the top, or dominance comes back up here to the top? That is the question. For now, it remains in the bearish control zone. But even the small moves in here make all the difference when it comes to the altcoin. So that is also something you can continue to watch. If you're into the Bollinger Bands, just watch that on your weekly time frame. Um, so bubbles here, and I'm gonna take this off the chart. I can see it already lagging a little bit with it. So got a pretty good amount of green in here from the weekend. Little weekend pump. So a number of things are green here. AVAX, not as green, but nonetheless green. Injective doing pretty good. XLM, I was thinking XLM chart looked pretty nice, but if Bitcoin starts to bleed out, they will all bleed out. They will all do it. Bunk up 6. I'm not sure what ENA is, but big up to anybody who's in it. H bar only at 3%. Crow 3.2%. Pump isn't pumping. Oh, pump is deflating. It's deflating. It is not pumping. So not bad. Ugh. What was that? What was that all about? Okay, so yeah, not bad. Not bad for a weekend or Sunday or Monday morning here for the crypto space. So I'm just gonna text her away. She's lagging on my chart. I have to share something, so please forgive me. Let me make sure I get to the right bitty chart. Actually, you know what? I'll just share this one again, and then that way I can adjust things and get myself in order as I come over here and look at some of the altcoins this morning with you. So Sui. I did change some things on my chart. What you're not going to notice anymore is you're not going to notice that monthly level that I once had on the chart. I deleted it and I just added the zone in here for Sui instead. So yeah, monthly level is within here. So that's what we're looking at on Sui here. Not really performing that well, to be honest with you. I do still think that there's a chance that Sui can get back down there to that. I guess I don't have to say 228 anymore. There is a little range within here on the weekly. Up above that is 262. So I suppose that it could do something like that between the 786 and there. We kind of front ran this golden pocket here, unless I needed to do something like I did with Biddy's chart, which is go off of just a single candle off of a higher time frame. But I mean, nonetheless, it is holding within this zone, but it's still just not performing as well in comparison to some of the other altcoins. Now, I know that when Sui pumps, it pumps, but did you know that when Sui dumps, it freaking dumps? Like it gets just as strong dumps as it does when it pumps. So it may have quite a bit of exhaustion in the chart. But let's see. I mean, so far things have been good. So maybe we don't. I mean, since Sui is putting in on the weekly time frame the higher lows, I wouldn't expect for it to be bearish enough to come down and take out one of the lows. So I'm just gonna X that 228 out of the equation, and let's just say maybe we do somewhere between that golden pocket to that 262. Just say that that's still on the table right now for SUI. Um, yeah, we'll say that because it continues to have some pretty nice market structure here on the weekly time frame. Did recently just put in another high over here. Well, a high against this pivot here, but not again. Haven't made its way back up here just yet. So yeah, this is probably about all I'd be looking for in here for SUI. Did manage to hold that previous week low there pretty nicely, and I think I was looking at this on a daily time frame because I think that we had just taken a drop into the. Let me see what else that was. Let me take Lux Algo away. I'm gonna take this little zigzag away here and let me see. Yeah. So we just dropped down here into this BB percent Bollinger here and we didn't expand. So I thought that that was pretty nice. I'm still eyeing Sui to enter in on a position. I just want to make sure I don't do what I did before and it not be the best decision. But um, did drop into here. Didn't expand much at all. So I like that. Let's see if we can hold this. To see if we can hold this in here. But again, if we do expand a little bit, then I'm just looking somewhere between there and potentially here without violating the lows. If we can do that, then that would be great for Sui. And of course, to the upside, what I would be looking for Sui is to take out this high here. Take out that high, come back into here, and potentially take out the all-time high for if we're gonna, if that structure is going to remain, and that's what we'd be looking for on Sui. So I am interested in trying to catch that long on Sui. I just don't think that we're there yet. I honestly don't. Let's see, when I look here, RSI is still under development at the moment. You can see we did get that fast signal down here though. So I did see that fast cross coming in. I just didn't think that it was going to do much, and it didn't do much at all. Unlike Ethereum did a lot better. So yeah, it still just looks as if it's under development for me. So I'm just sitting on the sidelines until I can see something different for it. Now on the 4-hour time frame, the 4-hour looks really good. There are a couple of time frames over here that I absolutely adore. Like I like this here. Like I like how the signal lines here, they kind of it slowed down. That's what I like to look for my entry into the market. But being that it was the weekend, I just think that still maybe a little bit more of a shakeout in here, just a little bit more. And so you can see how much we managed to do. And Sui usually does a lot more than this. It usually performs a lot better than this. And right now it's just not doing it. And we did see that there was that little bit of news that was in here that we saw. Let me see. Okay. All right. So 2 days ago, 44. Oh, the token unlocks. Okay. So, I mean, yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, yeah, I'm just sitting on the sideline right now looking at Sui. 4-hour, I like daily, not so much. And I definitely don't like the moment of these unlocks. So, if you're into Sui, I mean, on spot, you could accumulate. Uh, I'm not touching it until I can see the daily start to flip back around. Yeah, those token unlocks, boy, they will do some damage every now and then. They will do some damage to a good project. So that's Sui. All right, so Ethereum held on to the 60 really well in our weekly range. So we knew that we were looking for this on Sui. We knew that we were looking between that 35 here and down here to the lows. So that held very well. And I did add a couple of levels in here, some just in case, like I said, we could still see a move to the downside. Here at this 31, there's also VWAP in here. So that anchor VWAP is sitting right here. So I'm looking at that here, and I'm looking at, potentially um, somewhere around these lows. Well, we have this weekly in these lows right in here. So just instead of looking at one single line, I just kind of, just added something extra for some overspill here. But other than that, I mean, that was a nice bounce for Ethereum. Nice bounce for Ethereum. And I did actually tweet on Ethereum over the weekend too. And it was before Ethereum got the bounce away. So it was just kind of sitting down here. It was in this red candle right here. And I could see that we were on top of the 60 here. So there was a little point in here. I think it was it was this here. And so I just mentioned that, we want to see Ethereum reclaim just above this here. It was also, I believe, 21 SMA, maybe, just there. But nonetheless, held on to the 60 pretty nice. Have these levels to look at. So we'll see how today goes in the market for Ethereum. As far as the indicators are concerned, this 12-hour chart is showing that Ethereum could manage to push back up, despite where you see that yellow signal line at, which is a cloud cover. That could just be a rejection point. So maybe putting in a lower high here on the 12-hour time frame. But this looks really decent here. Again, fast signal in here for this push up that we're seeing right now. And also starting to get a positive delta cross here. So let me drop down to a 4 real quick. Let's take a look at the 4. Yeah, I can see this here as well. See that bullish divvy here on the delta, as the delta was leading. And so it was a great time to start entering the position, even with that little bit of a spillover. I love when I see the delta like that, like so. Now that does also mean that there is some bearish divergence in the chart. So just know that a little bit of a bear div when it comes to the delta. You can see that the delta line itself is currently, and let me expand this for you. So you can see this pivot here, which is here. The delta is far up above that. It's far up above here too. So a little bit of a bear div here for Ethereum with this weekend push up as well. So again, with all things here, since it was a weekend, I do think that we can see an additional little push to the downside. And also in here, so I can see we're already flirting around with this fast signal here. Let me see how much. Yeah, it's underneath it right now. So it's trying to hook it. You can see that the momentum is slowing down a bit. That's what that's telling me. And with these two not being close together, yeah. So be careful if you are in any long positions. I do have my stop in place for my Bitcoin. But be careful if you are in any long positions, because there can be that additional leg to the downside. And if this turned up today, you can see that bears are still in control here. You see all the gray still in here. I mean, we got these green bars just indicating that there was some strength coming in, or some sort of a push to the upside. But bears are still in control on this chart here. So that is going to be Ethereum. And again, I've showed you the levels that I will be looking for here. Here at 3185, where we have VWAP located at. And then there's also the potential for this this weekly level in here, with this little zone here for this. Let's see if we can flip this into some sort of support, or maybe it just grabs liquidity from there. But that's what I'm watching here for Ethereum. All right, got XRPZ here, which is trying to push up our trend line that we drew out on, I think we did this on, may have been Friday. It did reclaim VWAP, so that's a positive in the moment. Push back up previous week low. That's a positive. And we knew that we were looking at this 302. And when 302 didn't hold for us, we knew that we were looking at the bottom of the weekly range, which none of this has changed. So this is all the same. So 274. And that is what we managed to do, get the bounce off of that weekly range low at 274 for XRP. And then take a look down here. I did like the way money flow was looking in the red here. I combed back through XRP to see how much of a difference that really made, and to be honest with you, I didn't really see much. So it's not it's not that big of a deal to me. Um, Again, daily RSI, I'm not a fan of. It doesn't stop the asset from pumping, but I'm just not a fan of it. We got the fast signal. We're above the 50% here on the RSI. We could come up and get a rejection with this cloud cover here. This isn't a position that I would take with the daily looking this way, but nonetheless, it's still, bulls are still in control at the moment here on XRP. Barely, you can see 22 versus 19, or say 22 versus 20 there, but bulls are still in control of XRP chart here on the daily time frame. So we know what we'd be looking for next to the downside should that happen. Don't really have anything to the upside just yet. There's potentially this in here, so we can look at. Yeah, we can look at this in here if we do get a push up. But at the moment, if Bitcoin starts to drop, that dominance starts to rise, then the next level for XRP is going to be 260 to 238. 260 to 238, which, pretty nice in here in terms of trying to find some sort of support. So that's what I'd be looking for on XRP. Take a look at the 4-hour as well. Just kind of see what we're looking like here on the 4-hour time frame. My trend line did not come along. I have it blocked to only go as far as that chart. I'm just going to put one on here just to look at it from here. Let me turn that off. Back on. So you can say this is because we didn't have. I still don't know how I feel about that, but we really didn't have any sort of a pivot to the downside just yet. So I just left it at a line. You still don't have one on the daily time frame. All you have is this top line on the daily time frame still. But I mean, we could say that this is some sort of a falling wedge or something like that for XRP. And take a look at the indicators here. And I mean, bear div city, because we know the RSI is all the way up here, and we know we're nowhere near this price action up here. So bear divs, be aware of that. And Solana is another underperformer at the moment. You can see how we just basically held the low of the dynamic cloud. I did realize that I had these zones just kind of, I hadn't stretched them out in a while, and I kept looking for them. I'm like, why can't I find my zones? I know I'm missing some details on here, but I had not pulled these boxes from all the way back here. So we got it now. There's this little small 154.65 in here, but again, like I said, Solana at the moment is just holding the dynamic cloud here. We still have the bear div here that we're potentially playing out here on Solana. I do like this little rounded formation. I'm gonna say that again, but we're beyond the point of a cup and handle, which I don't like anyway. But we look like we're beyond that. So let's take a look here at the 4-hour. 4-hour still well below the dynamic cloud here. We do have our trend line in here for the 4 hour. And you can see even with the indicator, or just simply looking here, let me stretch this out just a little bit more. This might be a clean channel. I don't know that I would consider this a pivot just yet. I mean, it very much could be. So we can look to see if price will hold within here for Solana. Right now, this is just too far away. This looks messy, choppy, and again, the bear divs on it, I don't like it. So maybe, let's see. Yeah, this isn't cute at all. So I wouldn't get caught up in the patterns too much. Not too much. Now RSI, again, the 4 hour time frame, any of the altcoins, I actually like the RSI on the 4 hour time frame. But daily just doesn't look prepared. Doesn't mean that Solana can't get a push back up here to the top side of this falling, this descending trend line here, because it could potentially just push back into the range. Right now, you can see that we are rejecting here. It is acting as resistance at the moment. But if we do get the push up, I don't know that we actually come into this cloud either. We may just reject here. And at the moment, this is somewhere around 176. Yeah. So say we continue with the false move, we could get up there on Sol. Let's see. I'm not going to tell you to go jump into a short position right now on Bitcoin, because there are a lot of, again, I showed you there was quite a bit of short positions opening up, and all that does is just squeeze price higher. So I don't want you to get chopped out, stopped out, chopped out with all of that happening. Right. I'm going to turn this zigzag back on here. Let's go through a couple of more before I get back to Biddy. All right, I did go in and do the levels and whatnot for BNB. So we're in one at the moment. This was a return level. We were looking to see if we could hold that support. You can see we did get a quick little wick there, but no follow through. But this is a nice little zone in here, and this zone here is 742 to 718 for Binance. So this is our current support here at the moment, and then if we happen to lose that support here, then we have this zone here. So 675 to 629, we can look for some sort of a reversal to come in. This looks like it could give us a head and shoulders, does it not? I mean, ahead of myself. Valeria, hello. Yeah. Oh, I saw that little flash there on my screen just now. It looks like I'm going to have some issues today. So bear with me. Please bear with me. Yeah. This is something that we can be on the radar for. And I'm just going to see that we had a reaction here before already. See these little wicks here? So it appears that we had a reaction in here already. I mean, somebody's probably looking at this already and saying head and shoulder here. Got a little bitty shoulder over here. Oh boy. But we could see price come back up into here. That's 809. We'll see which direction we're going to end up going. Right now, everything just kind of looks Oh yeah, that's bearish for sure. It's not actually playing well, not necessarily playing out too well though, because you can see this is rising and pushing up instead of, the thunderbolt I like to see here. When the cloud rises, I want to see the line drop for confirmation. Let's see, EMA. Held on to the 200 EMA rather well here. Binance coin here on the 4-hour time frame. So we do come down again and we start to lose this 400 in this zone right here, 718 again. I will be looking down here. If we get a push up, then I'll be looking at this previous pivot over here, and also where we got this reaction net in here with these 2 wicks here. It looks like a great place for price to return to. ADA. Okay, so we were hoping that 72, the bottom of the weekly range, would hold for ADA. Now it did get the push back inside, so that's a plus. We also were looking at the inefficiency here for ADA, mentioning that this could be a thing. So I said if it dropped below this if it dropped below this point here, then it could come into this inefficiency and we could see an accelerated move down. And look at all we did was we bounced exactly from there. So this is still on the table though. If Cardano loses this point here, or just comes back and loses this point, same thing, then we could see a quick move through here, and I would be looking here at 57.41. I would be looking there, either 57.41 or let me see why I have this line in here. I don't know why I have it here, but 53, 57. I'm just gonna take that away. We could see that for ADA, and I think I was looking at, yeah, I was looking at this. So still have some interest. I still have some interest in the Cardano spot long position. So we'll see. We'll see if that happens. But I do appreciate the fact that it pushed back. It held that support in here. Because again, like I said, beyond this, it's just, it could be a free fall. So it did hold there. In terms of the indicators, same thing. Looks doesn't look too great here on the daily time frame. Let me see. That's not bad. Delta is attempting to flip up on Cardano. If it starts to chop in here, then I would get interested from here. I don't know that it has my full attention just yet, but I do like the fact that we do see a delta cross in here. I mean, we got the fast signal in here. Not the biggest fan of the RSI, but this is actually starting to look pretty decent since it got that bounce. Let me check EMAs here. And how they're all meeting up together here at this point. It could present itself to give ADA another swing back up. Let me see if there's any bear div in here. At least not from there. Actually doesn't look bad. It would be spot for me. I would not be leveraging anything at the moment, not with the altcoins. It actually doesn't look bad. Yeah, I want to see it chop though. There's no way we got this drop and we're V-shaped recovering. So I do want to see a little bit of chop, and that chop will be the deciding factor for me. But ADA is not a bad looking chart. Hmm. See good old H bar here. All right, so weekly range here at 23. We also have some momentum lines in here to look at, and of course the VWAP in here. These are all things that we covered on Hedera, and so far we haven't tapped back into this VWAP, because if we do start to lose this VWAP again, we know that this VWAP is hide my drawings. Oh, can't hide my drawings because then I hide that VWAP, right? Let me see. Turn that off there, because we know that if we do lose that VWAP, like this is our range, it could be problematic. Our low at standard deviation 1, our VWAP, which we really want to see hold as support, and then our rejection at the top at the multiplier 1. So I am still in my leverage long position here for Hedera, because it continues to look, I mean, it's holding up, far from getting stopped out on this one, but yeah, do want to make sure that we maintain that VWAP. That's 22,148 here on the weekly time frame. So we start to lose that, then we'll have some problems here. This was drawn off of I guess it was drawn off of the daily. Looks like we might be hitting a little bit. Let me see. See, now we're back up above that. I mean, there's really nothing more to say about Hedera. Just really has to hold. Want to make sure that we don't lose that VWAP, because we lose that VWAP, then it'll put us underneath this support here. Then we can come back up and that acts as resistance, and then we get a push back down here to the lower side here where we've seen the accumulations and the bounce take place at, and that's 14 here, somewhere down in here. Take that away. Again, we're just going to put in a bear div on the 4 hour. All the 4 hours are going to get a correction. That is what I can see. They're all going to get a correction from the weekend move. Volume, I'm pretty sure, was not there. Yeah. This is actually a pretty good place to short it, it looks like. Hit from a 1. Let me just see what it is. Probably could. Let me see if that's a 50. I'm just trying to see what we're hitting. It is a lot more enticing at the golden pocket. See if off smooth Monday can push us up into this golden pocket, but that wouldn't be a bad might be an opportunity for a short just based on the bearish divergence. But right now, rejecting off of that 50% retracement. Someone's having a rough morning. And hopefully everything turns out okay. All right. So yeah, just currently rejecting off of this 50. Maybe it gets up here to the golden pocket. It would not be a bad short, to be honest with you. Maybe even from where it is right now, but let's see, 1111. But the bear divs indicate that, yeah, it will get a push down here. It's watching Biddy here. We're just chopping in the same zone right now, Bitcoin. Is there anything in here I need to know? I don't see anything, so I'm gonna move forward. Let's stick with these 4 hours. Hype within golden pocket 786. Yeah, when this one lost VWAP, it really lost it. It really, really, really lost it. Let's see why I'm not seeing anything for this one. Do I have anything on this one? Okay, yeah, so. I'm just gonna take that away. So we talked about the fact that hype would come down here and take these equal. Well, it actually it took those equal lows right there. We were looking at this one here. The potential for hype to come down and take these equal lows here. If it loses this golden pocket 786, then this is just what I would be looking at next for price to come down here below here. Can take this away. Sort of rejecting off of it now, but take that away. Looking at this sort of mega or broadening here. This one's a lot different. Quite a bit of volatility within here. So at the moment, I mean, just based on the line chart, it is holding it pretty well. So we lose here, then we know to look down here. These equals to get taken. If you're in hype, that is what I would be looking for. I don't think I have any levels in here for hype. I don't think that there was much to. I do have levels for hype. So we lost the weekly. Let me just check. Yeah, we ended up losing the weekly. And the next weekly level is down here at $23. Got some daily stuff in here where this VWAP is sitting at. Got some daily stuff in here as well. I would need to go back and officially make this into a zone. So I'll see what we have to work with over here on Hyperliquid throughout the stream today. It's not really much here in regards to where this 786 is located. But we'll keep it as is for now, and just saying that hype loses this golden pocket 786 zone, then I will look for this liquidity here to be taken here, and then potentially, maybe it bounces somewhere down here around when we have this VWAP and the daily pivots at RSI. Not so great. It's fine. Let's see. Let me look at a uncommon time frame. Yeah. Cloud cover continuation down. This is giving me all the continuation vibes here. So we do still have some more room to the downside here on Hyperliquid. Do got a squeeze here on the 6-hour time frame. There is a squeeze. Take that away. Let's see on the 4. Okay. So yeah, again, hype loses here because it looked like it is going to get a little bit of a continuation down here. So it loses this golden pocket 786 zone here. Then I'll be looking at 32 first, and if not 32, really the support is in here at 28 where we have VWAP at. So $28 could be on the table for hype. Could take a little bit of time for that to happen unless, again, something spectacular takes place today that drops the market much more rapidly. That is what I'd be looking at for hype. Sorry, that was throwing me off a little bit. All right, I'm gonna jump back over to Bitcoin real quick, and then I'm gonna come back to these altcoins, and next be looking at good old XLM here. All right. I'm gonna switch this indicator. I loves this one. don't see what I want to see here. Let me just look at this real quick. Okay, so back below our dash trend line here is where we start to lose that 200 EMA at here on the 15-minute time frame, and you can see again all that basically was is this pivot over here, also around the same point where we had the CME. CME had ended up closing that on Friday, so looks a little bit like a head and shoulder. It is holding support right now, but it could start to expand here. It could start to expand here, at least if it's not holding that. Let me show you. Let's look here. It was trying to get this bounce away off of here. It starts to lose here, then it'll likely come back down again. I think there's one more leg down here for Biddy. Yeah. So this is liquidity to come back for. I kid you not. This is liquidity to come back for here. And when I look at the heat map here, looking at 112.845. So it's looking at maybe trying to come back and hold this as support. I don't know how likely that is. So we got some good liquidity here. I can see price taking out this little bit of liquidity here at this line here, and then yeah, the way this is bending. Let me just see something. Because I don't have a point in which it will break, I'm just gonna do it back here from the center. And just sort of try to gauge. Mhm. I could see something like that. Let me see. All right, so yeah, getting that bounce away right now, at least attempting to get that bounce away right now from that cloud. QTD looked like it was flipping bearish over here though, so just be aware of that. Doesn't look all that outstanding here for Biddy. Just got to see this break below this line here. Let me see, let me see, let me see, let me see. I'm still very hesitant about, you know, the short, but we're going to do this thing this morning. It's just the fact that there are so many shorts piling in. Uh, like I said, you have that many shorts coming in, then you tend to get that push to the upside. Turn this off. Volume is diverging. Pattern is rising. Looking like a head and shoulder. Oh. You have a squeeze. Let's see if we have an EMA riding this line. We don't, but we do see that 200 EMA is down here. So this looks like it is going to break down. Just a little bit of patience in here. Don't want to do it from the low. Let's see how much we can push up first. And then we would entertain a short. I'm gonna come back over here to this chart on the alts here. On the alts. All right. So XLM, turn this off for a minute. XLM, we was looking at, this sort of a falling pizza here. On XLM, it did manage to come back inside of this range. That's great. I think we were looking at it. Yeah, when we were looking at it on Friday, it was actually breaking down below it. It had not moved too far away from it. But now we're just back testing the top side here. And this is drawn from a line chart perspective and not the candlesticks themselves. You can do that if you prefer. You can do that. I just like this perspective right here better. To the upside again, I think that XLM has potential to get up here and take this liquidity. It was one of the better looking charts simply for the fact that it had already sold off quite a bit beforehand. So we saw all of this taking place. I remember saying I like the way the 4-hour chart looks. I think XLM does have a chance here in the moment. So a little bit of a bear div here, a little bit here against this high. We extend that back. So yeah, we do have some bear divvies in here. That means it could see a rejection from this trend line here. And if you have a preference of drawing it on the line for the lines, you can do that. But I just think that this lineup is a lot better. So yeah, with the bear divs at a key area of resistance here, I would expect for it to get that pullback. Maybe puts in a higher low from this point. Maybe it doesn't come back below here. That is where I'd be leaning. Maybe it doesn't take this out. It just comes back down. Maybe it taps back into the trend line again, and then it moves away. And then I would be looking for price to come up here. This is too sweet. This is much too juicy up here. So 52. That would be a nice little move. So I wouldn't worry about the smaller move. I wouldn't worry about trying to jump in and short XLM. That wouldn't be my focus, especially when you see that there's an opportunity for it to go higher. Your risk to reward will be a lot better if you did attempt a long. I understand everybody feels a little bit bearish right now. So to each its own. If you wanted to short it, then I would say that this is the place to short it from. A little cloud cover up there at the top. It is at some resistance. It does have the bear divvy on it. I would treat it like a scalp until it's not. If it gives more, it gives more. But that's what I would look for here with XLM. Nice looking chart, to say the least. We already know the zones here. There was a point where I was like, there's no way it's ever going to get down here to this golden pocket. But we have gotten really close to making that a thing. So just to zoom out, This is something that we've been looking at for a while. Potentially price coming back down here into the golden pocket, and that was all based on a range that XLM was in, where it was doing some coiling. Let's see, it may have been. Yeah, it was 2 day. So we're looking at this coiling here from the 2 day time frame, and that measured move did equate to coming down here into this golden pocket, 786 zone here, but that never came to fruition. So let me stretch these out. Actually, let me pull these in a little bit. It's so far out, I can't even see the numbers when I'm on the. Yeah, this is too far out. Let's pull them in a little bit. I did rework some things here on XLM chart. For transparency, I did rework some things over here, and I thought it looked better that way. So some changes were made. I never like to see price come into the dynamic cloud, but that golden pocket would be the absolute low. Anything beyond there wouldn't be so friendly. All right, 2 day also getting that bounce away from that 26 EMA. Too bad this was the weekend, because I absolutely love this XLM chart, but I don't love it on the weekends. Hmm. Doge is almost there. How about that? Doge is almost there. I did rework some things on Doge as well. But we can basically see where our points are here for good old Doge. I know that we did look at that momentum line. We violated it. I mean, we've come back up, and we're trying to push back into this weekly level here. Do need to reclaim VWAP here for Doge. I mean, VWAP can be redrawn somewhere else, to be honest with you, but yeah, do need to reclaim that. If we push in any further, that is why I have the long position set up in here for Doge. I don't think that we would take out this low here. And if we took this one out, I set it for this one instead, because it has been respecting the lows, and that's the thing about it. So for a spot position, I would be interested in Doge down here in this red zone. So this could potentially not even be the actual entry. It is holding here on the 2 day. So that's another plus here, holding here on the 2 day. The last time it held over here on the 2 day, it was actually trying to hold in here. So you can see this little bounce here. You can see this little bounce here from where Doge price came into this support level here. And you can see how the RSI was also interacting with this yellow signal here, which tends to act that support because it's such a high time frame one. So yeah, we tried to bounce away there. It didn't. It double dipped into it here. So it came down a bit more into the range without violating this low here. And then you can see we got the actual bounce away. So that wasn't bad. So if you ended up buying some in here on spot and then it gave a little bit more in here, you would have just added to that, and that would have been great because it did hold here. It did hold. So that was nice. Attempting to hold here. So the same thing can be said about that right now here on the 2-day time frame. And let me move this to see what this would have been looking like, or if. So even here in this situation over here, it may have, it's really hard to say right now, but it may have been underneath this VWAP over here just the same as it was looking over there when I put it there. But yeah, not bad. You're at the area where to be risk on if you want it to be risk on Doge. And then you just know where to cut it. Like if it starts taking out these lows on a 2-day time frame, then you know that market structure has shifted. So you don't need to hold on to it. No, market structure has changed. Like you can assume that it will go back up and put in a lower high, and that you can get out of the position then without taking an L. But that's when you know you're invalidated if it starts to take out one of these lows. But it's a good place to be risk on. And like I said, if I could get it in here, it's just a little bit better for me if I can get it in here. And then I know where I would cut it. And you can cut it here, so it's even less of a loss. If it doesn't work out, then you can cut it in here. To the upside, be looking for it to get up here into this daily level here where we have this previous support area here where we have these lows at. That's what I'll be looking for on the daily. So at the time on this daily, that's 30 to 32 to this weekly. So that's what I'll be looking for on Doge. TRX continues to do TRX-ish. So, yeah. The sun is always shining. The sun is always shining for Tron. It did finally get that push up here. We're looking at this on a 4-hour time frame, daily time frame. What are we looking at this from? It could have been here, and I just had it all stretched out like so. So finally got that break above that highlighter level there, highlighted level here. We saw we was getting a few wicks in here. This overachiever. Don't you just hate an overachiever? Yeah. Tron, I'll be looking forward to come back up here to this 34. Maybe take out this high here. 45. Nothing's changed with Tron, so there's really nothing to talk about on it unless we start to lose some things in here. There's nothing to talk about on it. Could be a little bit of a ascending broadening formation, which is bearish, because you can see the volatility in the moves. It hasn't proven that it's that just yet. I think it only has like what? Let me see. If I do this touch here to here, and this line is really helping. Let me see what it did. It didn't come close in there. I may have to move this. Yeah. So you can see it does have a bit of a broadening formation in here. Which is a bearish formation. But it continues to push, so I most certainly wouldn't be looking for any short positions off of TRX. If anything, it goes on up to 45 cents. But if you're bold, then I will look for another rejection around here. If it tries to push up again and fails and get an SFP up here, I would take it. If it starts to reject and fall underneath here, I mean, you could consider it there. Yeah, you can consider it there too. Chain link. We really didn't have a pivot over here for chain link. So, I mean, this is what was drawn for it. It did hold the range low at 15 very well. So, yeah. And this is just a neckline drawn on the body from the weekly time frame. That's all that simply is here. So if it's going to do anything, then I'll be looking for it to get back up here to 18. And at the moment, just like all things, I'm not really a fan of the daily here, but this is definitely shaping up. So that's a beautiful thing for it. It's definitely shaping up. See 12-hour. Yeah, like I said, it could come back up here, put in a lower high, maybe forming some sort of a pattern, but I think overall Chainlink has a nice chart. Look back at virtuals again. Getting close to that 2-day fair value gap that we mentioned or that we've discussed here. So getting really close to this. And of course, we added one additional level outside of the weekly range because, with virtuals, that's where it tends to gravitate back towards. It's the bottom here. So if we don't manage to hold here, and I'm only looking for this midpoint in here, which is around 94, 93, yeah, we'll say 94, which is around 94 here for virtuals. And if it's not bouncing away from this midpoint here on this 2-day fair value gap, then I start to feel bearish about it. 63 would be the next level that I'd be looking for, but the actual weekly range is down here at 44 to 20. So that's virtual. Not performing its best right now. Had a nice run up. So yeah, that's some people taking some profit on that one. Theta came into the golden pocket, the weekly level here. So Theta, what we were looking for on Theta, that has happened. Looks a little bit head and shouldery, but we need to talk total 2. But again, all things, not really feeling some of the time frames when it comes to the RSI. Don't necessarily have any bear ideas here, at least not on that time frame. Can't say that you really have it here either. But a nice looking 4-hour RSI. The daily right now is bearish. So if anything, that daily plays out. The 1 hour. The 1 hour. The 1 hour plays out. It's not a guarantee that it takes out this low here, especially just looking at the 4-hour time frame. Maybe it does, and we're looking for an SFP instead of coming all the way back down here to this low at 66. So it could be that we're looking for I could have bought this. I can't lie, I could have bought this, but not over the weekend. Could be looking for an SFP in here. So we'll have that on the radar. Have that on your radar, an SFP. And that's at 71. So could be looking for an SFP here on Theta if you're into Theta. And if it's not doing the SFP, then I'll be looking for it to come down here to the lower side of the range. Again, that's at 66. Just for this 1 hour correction. That's it. 4 hour has a nice looking chart, and I think the 4 hour could give something, but it does need to pull away from the low trading volume from the weekend and the bear divs that I'm seeing on the 1 hour time frame and some 4 hour time frames. We're also seeing that. Injective with the reclaim of the weekly range here, weekly range low, sorry. That was at 1225. So a nice reclaim there. Front ran the golden pocket. And we were looking at the measured move for this this range that we noticed that it was in, because it was coiling within a range. Let me just put this on the daily time frame. Let's see which chart it was. I didn't identify which time frame we were looking at on it, but we were looking at a range here for injective, and the measure move send it down here to the golden pocket. All right, so a little bit of a rejection here at this momentum line here. We have these lows at here, and we can see how that has worked out before. So a little bit of a rejection in here. I would like to see it come down here and fulfill this measured move. I mean, this seems a little petty, I know, but I just want to see it come down here, tap that golden pocket. And if that doesn't hold, then we can be looking at, somewhere back down here around 10 cents. But this is still under development here. 6 hour and that 8 hour rejection zone, those both line up. Bitcoin is still chopping about that low there. There's some good liquidity right here for injective to get that move back down here, where it's stopping out here. Same zone. Some good liquidity down there. We can see that happen. This is basically, if not, no, I didn't come back up all the way to it. So this looks like it will leave some bullish divergence on this chart too, on the 6 hour time frame. If it gets that rejection here, it takes out this liquidity down here at these lows here, coming into this golden pocket towards this weekly range here. Looks like it would put in a bull divvy, and then that'll be a good place to get into the long position. We need to clean up the weekend price action. I'm just gonna jump through here and see if there's anything worth talking about. OP position so close to being stopped out, right? Or I'm sorry, coming back into the entry. Mm-hmm. We did hold that daily here. Just looking at another one down here at the entry. But yeah. All right. So near respecting the range here so far. Trying to get that reclaim back above VWAP. 227 is the low here for near. It is hitting the resistance here at the top side of the range. Got these lows in here. That aligns with this with the RSI. Doesn't mean that it can't push through. It can still push through here. It'd just be one of those situations where if it didn't work out, then we'd see a strong move back down. But so far, that's fine. We were looking at this, saying that that might be the one we were looking at on injective as well. So just, saying if this is a double top, then what the measure move for that double top would be, that would bring Near's price down to 207. That would be the measured move for this. So maybe we get a chance to see that. Maybe it does push up through here and just captures these lows down here for the rejection. If not the low of this neckline here, then say 263, somewhere within here, and then it gets that extra leg down for that measured move to play out here on near. So I'd be looking for 207. 207 is still very much in the cards. 207. And then you can see the little pattern here. You can see the little pattern in here for near. All right, Bitcoin. Looks like we could be seeing that break here. Again, take this liquidity in here. Then we'd be looking down here into this zone. I did a little bit of research. I did some research on that total two, a little bit more research on total two. I also tweeted out a message on USDT dominance as well. So if you haven't been watching USDT dominance, you definitely want to be taking a look at that. I've been skipping on that a little bit here lately. Haven't really been paying attention to that. Basically just really got back into looking at BTC dominance for one, but USDT dominance, I had not meddled around with it too much. I think I did flash it on the chart once last week, but yeah, just really hadn't got in depth. So while Bitcoin is still hanging around, let me see. I'm gonna put us on a weekly. We need to put us on a monthly time frame on this dominance. In fact, I think I have to go out a few layers here to get to the right one. Mm-hmm. Just trying to get to that for us. Just take away certain things over here. I think I'd rather be on a monthly. Take that away. Quite interesting. Quite interesting. Let's see. Exaggerated, but it's there. All right, I still see Biddy, and I see that potential for Bitcoin to get that little drop, but USDT dominant. So I have not really looked at this chart too much here lately. I was looking at it yesterday, and then I realized, okay, when we got that monthly close, that July monthly close, we were then starting to bounce away from our macro trend line here. Now, there's another way of drawing this trend line, and that is to get the most touches off of it. So you probably would have initially done something like, no, not that one. Yeah, probably would have did something more like that. And so you would just see all this overlap. But if you go from the low to this actual point right here, you can see how well it's held and where it actually bounces away from. So we are seeing that reaction here also from a key zone. So this horizontal level of support, which is also in here. I mean, even if we take this line away here, you know, the horizontal level of support is here, and that's where we're getting the bounce away from USDT dominance. Now on the indicators down here, you can see that it had already got a push up and that it was just holding on here. Like RSI is starting to look really nice here on the monthly time frame for dominance. You have a positive delta cross here on the monthly time frame for dominance. The only thing that hasn't happened is dominance hasn't crossed above this zero line, but you can see that it is at a negative 0.04%. So it's very close to doing that. And when that happens, that also means dominance. It also means that the MACD is crossing its signal line on the monthly time frame. So we're going to start to see a shift. Just be aware that we are going to be seeing a shift. Start seeing some de-risking take place. That's on the table. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Unless something outrageous, something crazy can happen. Anything like that can happen. But right now, USDT dominance on a monthly time frame looks really good. We can't deny it. Macro trend line back test, bounce. Major support zone, bounce. Positive delta cross, sitting near the zero line. MACD cross up could be coming into effect. exaggerated bullish divergence, but bullish divergence nonetheless. That actually started from here to here, and we played it out a little bit, and we're holding. So yeah, I will be looking for this to, when you do get your MACD cross, you can focus on it then if you prefer. So if I just take this away and just do it like this, I mean, we can see that we haven't got the MACD cross just yet, but we're leading into that. So be aware, be aware. So if we look at, let me see. I don't know if I need to add one more piece in here. I'm gonna be on a monthly time frame. I'm gonna take this away. Which was something that I was looking at. All right, so we are simply, we had this this range that we got to break up from here on the monthly time frame. We were coiling. We got this mother bar here, we had this inside bar here, and that gave us the breakout here. And I think this also gave us the measured move for the 130. So that's when we were looking at the possibility for Bitcoin to get up to the 130 price target. So we've simply just come back down and back tested that. So we know that. All right, let's move on. Take this away. We are below that 5 EMA. We're aware of the ascending. And then we know that across here to here, so just regular, no auto fit, no logarithmic. We just hit the top side of the trend line. Just as USDT hit its bottom trend line, Bitcoin hit its top trend line. So I'm just saying, we have some things to look at. We have some early warning signals that we could be coming into our shift. It's generally around October. That's the other thing too. So if I look here, let me see if I have anything in here. If I have it, I was unable to find it the last time. Let me see, because it should have just showed up in this chart. I'm gonna go back one and let me see if I can see if it comes up from here for me. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. So I was looking at this. I already showed you where we was, from that monthly candle low to that high, that was the golden pocket. So we haven't even tapped into this very shallow retracement of a 236 yet on the monthly time frame. So we haven't even done that much. But again, you can see our trend line here and where we tapped at, and we got our rejection from there. And then we go back and we look at the points of how long Bitcoin price action actually pumps. Now, I did this several months ago, and it's on my X account, and I've also shared it here on the channel too. I've done a whole video on it a couple of months ago as well. But it's usually somewhere around 1,065, 1,066. So I would say 1,065 days of up before we actually hit our peak, which I would be expecting in October for Bitcoin. That's November there. That's December there. So I'm thinking that it is October. It is October where we should see a peak out if this is not already the peak here for Bitcoin. And this is just 974 days at this point, because I would have to extend this out. So it's just 974 days now from the bottom to the top. Slide this over like that. Oh, I'm sorry, because this is a weekly chart. So 1004 days. We're getting close. We're getting close to what we would generally see us cap out on this pump and start to get our correction. I have some other things in here like max pain, but I'm not seeing it at the time. So that's going to have to wait. But what we usually do, we do our 3 years up, 1 year down. And that's how it works. 3 years up, 1 year down. We call it a 4-year cycle, but it's 3 years up, 1 year down. And we only had 2 cycles. We only have 2 prior cycles to go off of, because the first one, 731, it doesn't give us that, but we did have 2 cycles here to see if we get a repeat of that. So that's worth keeping an eye on. And again, I'll just draw a fib low to high on the monthly pivot here. And just look at these, because like I said, we're just doing a shallow right now. This is just a 5 EMA here on the monthly time frame. 10 EMA, I believe, is sitting right here where we have the 382. And that's around 104. And then 93, 91, I think we have like somewhere in the 90s, I think we have another gap that hasn't been filled. It doesn't have to be filled, but there is another gap, and we know that eventually we will go into a bear market and that gap will get filled. So somewhere down there in the 90s. So that golden pocket is on the table. In terms of the max pain, currently that's here. Let me change this line. Come on. So our max pain would be somewhere around 38. Unless this moves, that's what it's going to be. This is going to be our return. It always comes back into it in the bear market. That's why I'm saying this. Like, it always comes back into this cloud. In the bear market, it comes back into it. It doesn't expand, and that's why I'm calling this the max pain at 38. Now, this could move up and change everything. Right now, this is where it's sitting at, and until that, unless it moves, then these are the 2 levels that I'll be watching between here to start buying Bitcoin in a bear market. So you're not sitting there trying to buy now. There is always going to be a possibility that the market just does something completely different this time. There's always going to be that possibility that that can happen. But in the event that nothing has changed and things just continue to repeat, then we'd be looking for it to come back into this band. So we know that our return is going to be 59,688.44. And our max pain is going to be somewhere down here around 38,524 if it comes all the way back down here to the low. Then this would be the max pain for it. So within here to start buying, that's great. You can even very low leverage in here, like extremely low leverage in here. Not financial advice, of course. But that's what I'd be looking for. And generally it is like between the I think it's the 786 and 0.886. That is what I think it is. Actually, let me just pull a fib here just to confirm. Let's see. I think that it is this low here. Yeah, it's that low there to here. Nope, it's the golden pocket 786. Yeah. Golden pocket 786 is what it tends to retrace back into. I could have sworn that it was the 786 and 0.886. And I think I want to lean with that, to be honest. But let's do it one more time just to ensure. Let me go with this one here. Now this is slightly different. Yeah, it's 786.886. I mean, you can say golden pocket 786, so you can go from the golden pocket all the way down to 78 to the 0.886 for good old Biddy here. But that's my thought on this. All right, so we are getting that breakdown. I'm starting to lose my voice. So we are starting to get that retracement below this line here again, looking for this liquidity down here below this dashed line to be taken. And if the market continues down, then I'm looking for price to come back into here. We do have some liquidity down here. Let's see if the market wants to give that. We could also be validating the head and shoulder. The expansion doesn't start until it actually breaks this low. I'm still trying to eat my breakfast. Come on, Biddy. I haven't actually taken a look at the stock market this morning. I did take that entry on Nvidia on Friday with that drop, so I haven't looked at it to even see if I'm in harm's way at this point. To a weekly, this should be a 4-hour time frame, and this is a woomsy. Okay, I had some stuff in here on. Okay, no, that's a different chart. I'm sorry, that's a whole nother chart there. So Palantir has earnings coming up. Pre-market it is 157.11, $157.11, 12 cents. I'm feeling so happy right now. It's scary. It honestly is. You ever just, I don't know, some people just naturally just bubbly, happy people, wake up in the morning and you're absolutely happy. And it's a blessing when we do get to wake up in the morning. But I'm just so, I don't know, I just feel so joyful inside right now that it scares me. It's like, what can go wrong? Like what is about to go wrong that I have this wonderful feeling. That's all I'm saying. All right. Let's see here. I'm just looking at my Expand Energy Corporation. Like I really haven't delved into it too much here lately, simply because it had just been rejecting and whatnot. And I see that they did get a bad earnings report, and so I continue to take a little bit of an L on this one, but it's a long-term play, so I'm fine with it. Energy sector itself just isn't doing all that well, and it is what it is, and sometimes that happens. Sometimes your narrative just isn't the one. So while I'm here, let me expand on this. Me come to a daily read here. While Bitcoin is just still hanging around a little bit here. I hope that, if you're here, you're someone who's diversified. your investments and you're not just in crypto space. You need to be looking beyond crypto and putting your money in some other places. But pre-market right now, like I said, Palantir 157. So, nice little rejection that we were continuing to get from our pattern here. I'm still looking to see if we can do this 142. Um, I mean, there is, the potential for coming back down here into this 128. But right now, I'm just simply looking for that 142. See if we get that, or if Palantir is going to pull one of its sweet moves on me, and then it gets this break out of here. I'm not, sometimes, sometimes with earnings, when it's a company like Palantir or like Nvidia, you just expect for those numbers to be good numbers. So you're not actually looking for anything. We know that we're not expecting bad numbers, but there have been times where the numbers have been what we expect for them to be, which is good, and we still see a correction off of that. So it could continue to see some de-risking here in the stock market. Our president with the tariffs and whatnot, and yeah, yeah, with the tariffs and everything, could have could continue to affect markets ever so slightly. Interest rates, that can continue to affect markets ever so slightly here. So, I mean, good news is it doesn't always pump the market. That's all I'm saying. Because a lot of times it's just expected. So Palantir continues to just hang out in this range and look just fine. I'm gonna come to this one here, just while I'm still waiting on Bitcoin to do something, because it is still holding that dynamic cloud. So if I take away that trend line, we're just sort of back testing it right now to see if price is gonna push back inside of it. Um, right now it's holding on. Right now it's consolidating before we actually probably would see that move down, as it looks like a head and shoulder there. All right, let's come up here to Nvidia here. Because I did enter in on this Nvidia position. Let me drop. I was on a 1 hour time frame, I believe. Let me do it like this. And I just kind of just dropped in some levels of places in here, like to the upside, where I may be interested in taking my profit. So excuse all of that. Right now, pre-market 175.69. So I am in the money. I did, I talked about this at the point where it was happening. For this entry, snipered that entry. And actually, before the market closed on Friday, I added on this wick here too. So I didn't pick up that much when it happened here. So I just added a little bit more in here. So I'm in profit on this one right here. And again, just some levels I'm looking at here to the upside, for places that I may want to consider taking some profit. Because if we're not, let's just say that, market opens and we continue this spill off here to the downside, then this is where I'm set. Like, not looking at this entire zone. I do this just because it just looks neater than, you see how I have all these lines on the chart. It just tends to look neater that way, but it's basically the top and the bottom. So it's a guarantee that if we open and the market is still in a free fall, that price would come down here to this 169. Just based on, this is simply just based on Bollinger alone. So your standard deviation 1 would be here, and then your standard deviation 2 would be here, and then anything beyond this point would be an expansion. So that's what I'm looking at here. That one is not your traditional Bollinger Band. It's not that one. The Bollinger Band that I'm talking about is one that I use based on BB%. It's based on that indicator. But that's what I would be looking for. So we would not just simply bounce off of the gap is what I'm saying here. And then I would be looking for that top or this bottom here to get hit. It can hold within here the same way it's doing on Bitcoin. So if I'm here, sorry. So I'm looking at it the same way I'm looking at how I'm observing Bitcoin, right? So I know that on a move down, it would come into here, and this is just the top here. And then there's the potential for it to get down here to this low. And if it gets down here to this low, it could expand. It happened over here. It came into it. It didn't actually bounce away like it bounced away here. It actually came into the low. It expanded ever so slightly, but not that much. Like this one here remained intact. So, and then it got the bounce away. Same thing I'm looking for on NVIDIA as well. Because there are points where, especially on well, 1 hour isn't a high time frame. That indicator works really well with the stock market on higher time frames, but just coming back into it and then getting that bounce away. So yeah, currently holding this NVIDIA long position right now. Looking for places that I may be interested in taking some profit on this and be out and look for the next opportunity in here. But that's what I would be looking for. That indicator, in fact, let me just hide my drawings for a sec. Let me come out here. May have been the weekly time frame. That was what I used to call this pullback in here. I think that's what I did here as well. Hold on, let me make sure it wasn't a monthly. No, it wasn't a monthly. It was the weekly. But when we came back into it, we actually expanded. We actually got that expansion. Okay. 2 week is a better example. So we came back into it. We actually, here, and then got that push away. But I was looking at it, and I was looking at the possibilities of where we could come to, because it usually doesn't come back and interact with it much. So when we're preparing for a sell-off, how the RSI is here, how it just had this cloud cover with price trying to push up a little more with that bear div, and that once it broke, and especially when these cross, what that intention, what the intent of that is. Negative delta cross over here, another bear div here on NVIDIA, just what we could have been looking for in terms of price coming back down. So you would have got in a pretty good entry. Also got a little pivot in there and that. So to the upside, it works good too to the upside, but you usually expand on something like NVIDIA, so you would just be looking for it to go higher, to be honest with you. Top band isn't going to do too much for you. The regular Bollinger would be more ideal, because the regular Bollinger isn't going to go flat. It's just going to rise. If it's more of a push to come, it will rise. It'll be all up here somewhere, but this one just kind of flattens out on you and just holds a range, and it'll hold that until volatility starts to change, and that is the only point in which it'll start moving. But it still looks very strong here on the 2 week time frame. NVIDIA does. So I wouldn't be looking for too much from it. Weekly time frame, on the other hand, you could start to put in a negative delta. That hasn't happened yet. No, but it is on the table for it to take place. Doesn't mean it has to be a large pullback, but we could be expecting something. And see how good it's done in the past. I think it was pretty on point with saying, okay, you're gonna get a correction in here. So that one happened. This one happened in here as well. So it doesn't have to be anything major. Did pretty good here along the low, the bottom here as well. So yeah, We start to get across in here. The candles are starting to get a little bit smaller in size, starting to get little dojis and things like that up here. So we could see um, more of a correction come in for Nvidia, especially surrounding the news and everything like that. So just be aware of that. RSI again still looks nice. I don't see anything wrong with the RSI other than the fact that we did get that fast signal cross in here. So we started to show some exhaustion, and of course VIX. That was something that I shared on the channel for a few weeks in a row, just kind of like how the VIX was looking before it actually got that pop up. That it looked like it was going to go up, and we'd see some de-risking in the market. And sure enough, without knowing that it would be anything to do with the tariffs, that's what we got. So watch that. Also getting a quick indication in here as well. With this little lighter bar in here that there may be some exhaustion coming in. But at the moment, a nice pop up here for Nvidia. Take hold on, I don't know what I took away. I may have taken nothing away. Hide that and just come back to this here. See coin today. How we doing? Ooh, baby. Yes. Getting what I was looking for. I can't say I'm not getting what I was looking for on coin, because I do want to add to my coin position. Pre-market 319. What can I say? When we called it, we called it. We actually called it. We called it here on the channel. Yes. And my words were, it worked the last few times. So hey, watch it. It worked the last few times, and it does like this double thing. It does this double, come back for a second round, and then it gets that drop. I don't option. I don't do anything like that. If I trade, I just trade with my little money. So I don't make big gains, but I make gains. Stock market has actually been the better performer this go round for me over crypto. Yeah. The goal isn't always to get rich. The goal sometimes is just not to be broke. And I think a lot of people miss that. You in crypto space, your first thoughts is all about getting rich. You're so focused on getting rich that you're not concerned about being broke. Yeah. My thing is to not be broke. I don't want to be broke. I don't have to be rich, although I would like to be rich. I just don't want to be broke right now. So change your mindset. Pull this one out here. So I don't even know if we at any point even came into contact with this, but you can see what that next level is here. 301 to 272. The 272 here for coin. It's about that time. I don't think the stock market performs too well around this time either. So that's the next play here for coin. See if we do this. If not, then it'll come back in here and fill in this gap here. All right. TSLA, Tesla. Just here at the bottom of the trend line, it was here. Our little pattern here, and getting that little bounce away. Pre-market 308. So in our zone, in our range here between 306 and 281. It just did what other things did. Just came and got a bounce away from the gap. Bounce away from the gap here. So we could be looking at that on a move down. Let's just say that we lose this range that we're in here currently, which I do think that Tesla chart looks really, really fine. Then I would just be looking down in here. I have this here because it's a momentum line. But it's so close to our low. This was simply a momentum line here. I got to figure out why I have this double line situation going on. I think I said that the last time too, and I've just not gone in to do anything about it. All right, so a little symmetrical in here for Tesla, and this is drawn from a higher time frame. So where you see these wicks or this candle closes above it, this is drawn from a higher time frame and it's drawn off of the line chart. So I use the line chart as my bias for the pattern. Amazon with the big gap down here, 217 pre-market. Bitcoin is just still holding there. So I don't have a reason to focus on this little tight range that Bitcoin is sitting in. All right, so we're just testing these highs over here at the moment. Amazon, these highs, these lows in here. Momentum line here. And what is this? 220.43. So we start to flip this, and I'd say we come back up here. We come back to here. Could potentially fill that in. Let's make sure this wasn't an exhaustion. Yeah, it's not. So it could potentially come back up and just fill that in. Otherwise, if the bloodbath continues, it's not really that bad. It really isn't that bad. But if it continues in the next weekly range there, down around this 196, maybe filling that little gap right there for Amazon. Bearish pattern, but we've seen this across the board on you know, so much here, just so much. Apple. Okay, so Apple gave it back up a little bit here, pre-market 203. It was pushing up on Friday. Yeah, it was trying. Yeah, it did get that nice little bounce here, but we've since lost all of that in pre-market 203, 51. See what was in here. 202. I mean, we were in this for so long. It could have just been to come back down here and retest the scene of the crime where we got the breakup from. That's what I think about it, to be honest. But still looking for 221, 231 here for Apple. I don't think I look at the Qs too often. Actually, I never look at the Qs. But it's easy to see what we have done here. It's simply just these lows in here. We could come back in here for this gap here on the Qs. But for now, it's holding up at these lows. We know we got some major exhaustion here in the market. We know that much is true. Hey, how did I miss that? How did I miss the entry that I was calling for weeks on Hood? How did I miss that? I can tell you how I missed it because I'm always focusing on crypto and I do a quick morning update on the stock market. Oh my gosh, I missed it. I missed my 93.60 entry and it bounced away from it so good. I am just ah I feel a little sick right now because I've been wanting to get in on Hood. Now I do think that there's still more room to the downside for Hood just based on the weekly time frame. But oh my gosh, I watched this for so long just looking for this opportunity to get in at this 93.60 and I straight up missed it. I straight up missed it. And it happened on Friday. And I didn't take a second look back at it. And it happened on Friday. I'll be dang. I'll be dang. Ah, I don't what? It's okay. It's okay. I literally missed my entry and it hit so perfectly. Jeez Louise. But I do think that we do have we could give more here on this. And the reason why I was looking at it, it was because of the EMA, to be honest with you, because we had not been getting interaction into that EMA. So I was like, okay, if we do anything, then we'll likely come down here and tap into this, even though they will start to move on you. They will start to move on you. But that's what I was looking at because it was like we weren't coming into it. We weren't coming into it. And based on the history of Hood, it does like a double dip into it before you get the actual breakdown. But you can see here how we were riding along, riding along, riding along, and we weren't even coming into contact with this one. So this is the 26. Hold on, let me make sure. Yeah, so 26. That's the 26 there. And I figured, okay, historically, it's the 26. Once it starts hitting the 26, that's when it comes in a little bit more. So I was like, okay, I'm just gonna drop my line here. And at the time, this 60 EMA was sitting down here. So I was like, this is gonna be the entry right here that I want to get in on for Hood. So I think on the weekly, what note did I have in here on the weekly? The weekly I have a 10. So 10 EMA is basically what the weekly had not been coming into contact with. So I will be looking down here towards that 89. But the weekly time frame does suggest that there is some additional selling that's going to take place on it. So you can see this here for Hood. So I do want to get in on Hood. Maybe can start to look at this top here. But if not this top here, then I'll be looking here. Push that too far out. Yeah. So I don't want that big zone. I'm just gonna do it like this, and then just check on my confluence here. And I like this momentum line here as well, which I don't think that we ever come back and do something like that. I mean, never say never. Never say never. As it did, how much it moved down here. That's a 55 there. It's 59 there. It'll be about a 42 in here. It's 65. I don't know how likely that is. I would just stick to, let me just see what that was again. First, we need to see it interact with this 10. So this low here where it got this bounce from before. And I'm gonna have to zoom out. It's not much further. If it does, it's only 90, 70. I don't like it. Let's say 85. And I need to find a reason why that makes sense instead of just putting it there. I just wanted to change one thing, change the size of that text. Let me see what my reasoning would be. I mean, this obviously would give more than that. You can already see preparing for that negative delta cross. This is where I first started looking at it and saying, okay, this is starting to look a little bad in here. Monthly still looks fine. Quick cross down the monthly time frame. See, 2 week. So just a weekly. Daily had this awful squeeze in here, so I knew it was coming. We could chop for a while first, but dang it, I absolutely missed that entry. Yeah, we'll look at this 84, 88. If we can get that, that'd be great. It looks possible. It looks very doable. It looks very doable right there. Pre-market, we're back at 100. All right, and so we basically just back tested this line here. You have anything else in here? I don't see anything else. I may have missed the opportunity. It just all depends, right? Because we could chop around a lot more on that weekly time frame. It looks like we could, but that correction is still coming in for hood. So yeah, want to see us lose this line here. Lose this line here. Then this is what I'll be looking at next. 84, 88 for hood. See if I have some levels in here. I don't think hood had much in regards to levels. Yeah. Everything is down lower for hood. So yeah. I hate that. I missed my entry. I absolutely missed my entry for hood. Okay. Oh my gosh, I would have been so in this one so quick. So we're just hitting the lows right now with our pre-market high. We're just hitting the lows here for now. see how we do when we open here. Let's see, MasterCard, 373.91. I see Bitcoin. It's not doing anything, which is why I'm not there at the moment. Bitcoin dominance. Let me adjust the chart back for that. Bitcoin dominance is trying to get a little bit of a bounce up right now off of the 4-hour time frame. 1 hour. Yep, 4 hour. Just looking at the 4 hour, we got a little bit of a green candle here on dominance on the 4-hour time frame. All right. Starting to squeeze a little bit more on the 15-minute time frame. Starting to see a little bit more of a squeeze here. Let me take this one away. I'll actually go with the Bollinger because it may just the normal Bollinger. Yeah. Just that bearish control zone bounce away, potentially back up until about 114.722. Anything past 114.723 would most likely be an expansion, and maybe we can come up and hit that low 115.366 here for Biddy. 115.366 to 115.794 right now, but it is getting that little bit of a bounce away from there. All right. Master doesn't look like it actually came into this low. Not that I'd be buying any. Not that I would be buying some. So this did expand a little bit here. Did this have a squeeze on it? I think I'm gonna go in and make an adjustment on that other indicator just for now. So MasterCard at the moment would need to eat this candle up. It's just 373. It's just 373 pre-market. Let's see if I see anything significant in here. Just wanted to put that number in there. Makes sense. That makes sense. See it here, negative delta cross here on the weekly time frame. RSI double topped here on the RSI with the cloud cover. Had some sort of a squeeze in here on the ball and on the RSI. It had a squeeze in here, and then that was the squeeze breakdown there, just based off of continuously hitting these highs over here. Just a trouble zone, it looks like. That's all. Just a little bit of a trouble zone here. With this squeeze. So if I take these away, might be able to see that squeeze differently. Take that away. And I come here. Maybe able to see it a little bit clearer. Like That's the easiest way to identify it, actually, is not to use the Bollinger feature. It's a little bit extended outside of this Bollinger here, which is probably why it is getting a little bit of a reaction there. But definitely the cloud cover was here for that rejection. A little bit of exaggerated bull divvy here, I mean bear div in here as well as it chops the zero line. So it's still awaiting some sort of a explosive move because the delta is sitting too close to the zero. And when that's happening, that's where you get how it's sitting close over here. That's where some sort of an explosive move is looking to take place. Now, is that move to the upside or the downside? It's really hard to say right here in the moment. But it is a little extended down here on the Bollinger, or at least it was when it got this drop in pre-market 373. But definitely gonna get a powerful move. Last time it did that. It did it in here and it did it in here where it just stayed on the zero line. That's a powerhouse move right there for MACD and Delta especially. That's a powerhouse move right there. Oh, this is MicroStrategy. Oh my gosh. You know, I'm sitting here thinking I'm talking about MasterCard for some reason. And this is what? This is strategy I'm looking at. That would suck. That would absolutely suck if this was to the downside. I'm seriously thinking. You hear me saying MasterCard, and it's MicroStrategy. But okay, it's some sort of a explosive move is looking to happen over here on MicroStrategy. But I mean, right now, yeah, it was having some troubles right here. Having some troubles with the I mean, like I said, exaggerated. It's bearish divergence. It's a little bit exaggerated in here, but yeah. Dang, that would suck if this was let me see, what were we looking like in here at the time when that happened last time? This was all the way down here at the lows, just kind of like it is right now. I guess for now, if it does continue down, then I'll be looking for that 309 to come into play for strategy. I don't think that there was a good read on it like this. It really wasn't. I mean, honestly, it will come into this 309. All right, we'll see how that plays out for strategy. It's not looking too grandiose. So let me see from this. Let me see it like this. I mean, that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, I'm gonna move on from this chart. Uh, let's take a look at. Maybe we'll take a look at shop. Nah, take a look at circle. Get back over here. Okay, so yeah, I mean, I'm gonna take that away. So I guess we're finally, doesn't look like it actually tapped into here yet, but have been waiting on this 164 to 145 zone in here to get hit, but it did all of this first into these areas up in here, this area in here. Finally lost that value level here. It looked like it even back tested it. Not exactly. I'm gonna take this away now because that was based on the RSI. Did talk about this ascending broadening formation. It's in line with the crypto space. So yeah, when Bitcoin is struggling, and it's a great indication. Bitcoin, Coinbase, Circle now, they're all looking a little crappy. And then we know we looked at the USDT dominance, which is bouncing off of support. Bitcoin with the rejection at its high. So does 130 actually happen for us right now? It still can. It just may not be as soon as we're looking for it. Got this little gap down here. Got a gap down here too, but I don't know that in a bear market maybe. In a crypto bear market, Circle does something like that. But in the meantime, I would like to get it somewhere down here. Maybe it can use this as support. Sometimes you just bounce away from the gap and you don't actually go in and fill it, just like it did here where it got this bounce away. So try to hold this line in here. I'm gonna leave it here just in case it comes back up and rejects from it. It's actually where the momentum line popped out at. I'm gonna take away the whole zone and do that instead and just go with this line. Got a little bit of a gap in here. So let's just draw it off of that gap instead. The actual gap fill across here. Did not hold that little gap there. I mean, if you were in Circle and you bought it when it did this, which I didn't, I made it clear I didn't want to buy it unless it came down into here or either into here. That could be on the table now, it looks like. Pre-market 171 has to get back above here. Either way it goes. And failure to do that, and if Bitcoin is not going to pump very well, then I'll be looking for it to get down here. So dreams do come true. See AMD here. Okay, so AMD ended up getting that rejection back down into the ascending channel that we have here. So you can see that bounce, rejection, bounce, slight rejection there, but then we just flipped up and pushed through there. Right now we're filling in this gap, pre-market 174.90. I would like to pick up some more AMD. As I do expect for this thing to go even higher. I mean, we bounced away from the weekly range here. Did what mostly everything else I've seen so far here do, which is just fill in the local gap and get the bounce away from the local gap. So maybe we could see some local rejection from these gaps as well. Um, Here in the NASDAQ. So we'll see. But so far, I mean, AMD still looks really nice. It's not really much to talk about there. Pre-market 8707 here for TTD. You know, we fulfilled our goal of that 88. Fulfilled our goal. We talked about that for a while before it happened. Got that. Next move, 104 for me. 104. 104. But I know everything is going to depend on, the rest of the market, but or could depend on the rest of the market. 104 is the thing that I'm looking for right now, just filling in that gap. Pre-market for TTD. Haven't looked at this chart in a long time. It's just cart. I don't think I have any particular levels or anything in here for it. I guess that's simple enough, right? What was in here? So 1 hour. Zoom out. It's a nice little line in here. Let me see if that matters. That doesn't matter. Let's see if that matters. It matters. It chiseled. It chiseled in there, so that matters. A little rising price action here. See this one first. Nice little squeeze here. A little bit of a bullish divergence here. Let me see if I can't see anything else in here. It's not really giving much. Hold on. Let me do one more thing here on the settings. All right. Okay, you can see the squeeze here on cart. From this top here. Gets a lot more RSI squeezes. Cart does. Got a squeeze here. Got a squeeze here. And it had that squeeze here. Got a little bit extended here on this drop down here. But nonetheless, it looks like it's about to continue this rollover here. Negative delta. Negative MACD here on the daily time frame as well. And it was a lot different when it was just bouncing around here at the zero line. It's still relatively close to it, so I can probably pump the brakes a little bit. Let me me see how well it behaves with EMAs. They're really flat, so I don't like that. Okay, so we'll be looking for this to break down, of course. That's what I can see from that. Would be looking for that to break down. Let me take a look here. Let me zoom out just a little bit more on this. This reads corrective at the moment, even though it looks like it is about to get a negative delta cross here. It reads corrective at the moment, but it's not far away from being something a little bit more. And then we could be looking back in here for let's see. So it looks like I need to expand that. I don't want to put that whole highlighter in here. Yeah, but that's what it looked like. I need to expand that into here. That's on the weekly. $39 to $35 is reasonable. And it looks like that could happen. Pull these in. And then it does have this little gap in here. I will highlight that. It's carts. All right, Bitcoin just still moving around in that range. I already looked at Apple, looked at Amazon, Tesla. Qualcomm, Sound. Lost that weekly level, pre-market 1031. And just hope that we don't lose the highs here on the higher lows here on Sound at the moment. But if it comes back down any further, then I'll be looking for it to come back here. I still think $20 is on the table for it. Filled in that gap. Got the rejection there. I don't see anything else in here. But I still think that $20 takes place. So I'm still good on that. I looked at this. Bad earnings. Not doing well. Tempest, just back inside this range where the point of control is located at. It actually rejected very well from that 65.17. It was just a momentum line that was there. And so I don't think that this is worth anything anymore. It just chopped the crap out of that one. just chopped it. So I don't think that that's worth anything anymore. I do want to see a reclaim back above here, get back above this low here, reclaim back above here. Um, yeah, nothing to really look at there. I already look at Tesla, Apple, Hood, Circle. Didn't look at CNC. Didn't look at Pony, which Pony's just still here in this range. So nothing special to look at here with Pony either. Just still within the range. Still not really going too far. I think that it's a great project though, and I look forward to accumulating a little bit more on it. But I have to see that it will actually do better than what it's doing now. So just basically ranging in between here and there. Yeah. Anyway, let's get back over here to Biddy. Bounced away from standard deviation 1, 2 at the little bounce to the Bollinger Band. Our little trend line meant absolutely nothing, but it's good to have some double confluence. I do still see this liquidity down below here on the table for Bitcoin and the potential to come down here because we have a little bit more liquidity down here. We will get a retracement on this. Nonetheless, we will get a retracement on some of this because we do still have the bear divs. This remains to look like a head and shoulder. Hasn't confirmed itself yet. And if it does, I think we're pretty close to that measured move in here for Bitcoin. Let me look back over here. Dominance again, like I said, you can see the little green candles coming in here on the 4-hour time frame. Very petty, but nonetheless, dominance is trying to creep up a little bit here. So Bitcoin's getting that move down, like I said earlier when I started looking at the altcoins. Everything has a bear dip on it. I think the 1 hour is the biggest thing right now. 4-hour looks like it's going to be a giver, like it can give more to the market. Daily still looks doesn't look as great still. So I mean, maybe we put in a higher low. Maybe we sweep the liquidity from the weekend and then it gets the bounce up. But the 1 hour right now is just a little bit bearish. Bear divs on volume, bear divs on the RSI, bear divs on the Delta. So just a little bearish on the some of the lower time frames here. So Sui, the little rejection here from the momentum line here. Still not doing that well. The lows, the momentum line, yeah, still not doing that well. So just continuing to show a lack of momentum here for Sui. Front ran the golden pocket. Once again, talked about that. But front ran the golden pocket. I'd be looking for it to come back down. I just mentioned that if we get down here to this 228, which I was talking about, then we really start to break market structure on like the daily and whatnot. So don't want to see that happen. So golden pocket here. That is a thing. Got these highs in here for the golden pocket. Let me just drop a fib on this one. Oh, what am I talking about? Drop a fib on this one. Like I'm going to get something different from pulling from there. So what did I pull this one from? How does it look different? Okay. Why is it looking different? Hold on. Is this right? That is correct. Is this right? That was not correct. Okay. All right. So that was not correct. Now it's correct. So that makes a lot more sense. Just coming back here into this high, getting to this golden pocket down here for Sui. I mean, otherwise it's just a range, but it doesn't look strong enough for all of that. Ethereum, as dominance creeps up, whatever it's doing, I suppose that's what the rest of the market is going to do. Ethereum continuing to battle here within these EMAs in here. So it needs to get back above this low in here. Now, but again, 1 hour bear div. XRP. Hey, XRPZ made it back up here. How about that? Made it back to the 302. All right, so yeah, we're just still within our range here, our weekly range here for XRP between that 302 and that 274. So yeah, if it breaks out of this, if it breaks above this, I mean, we were looking at the trend line that we have in here. Here. I mean, still has the bear divs though. It's a nice looking 4 hour. Still has the bear divs in here though. You can see the bear divs again. So this one actually has the bear divs, the highs here. We got a little closer here. We're now 21 and 20 over here. So bear divs on money flow as well. So our rejection, and we come down if yeah, rejection if we come down, 260 be the next level to look at here for XRP. Unless something spectacular happens today. And then just taking a look back here at Solana too. We just added this bottom line on here this morning. Only had the top line. So just added this bottom line to see if we do get that push down, if we'll respect that. And if we could hold at least this weekly level here at 154.65. It's just a minor level within here, 154.65. And it could offer some solid support from these previous highs here, just as it did here with this bounce here. So let's see. I think I deleted this for good reason. Yeah, golden pocket tap. See that video. I mean, it was ever so slight too, ever so slight. What I would look for, because again, nice 4 hour time frame, but got to have that follow through here. But nonetheless, it's a pretty decent 4 hour time frame for Solana. So could be looking to get long here. Let's just say we were going back for, let's do something small so we can keep the risk to reward in check. Don't want that much. I don't want to be that close either. Let me see. I guess I go with a 3. I just need to give it some space and do something like that. But the whole idea anyway would be on spot and to break below it and then reclaim back above it. So break below it and then reclaim back above it like that. It would be something like that. So lose it, and then if the market reclaims it, then that would be the entry point here for Solanza. All right, so just back over here on Biddy. Let me just zoom out a little bit on Bitcoin's chart. Just come daily for a sec. Sorry. Not gonna get any patterns there. Hide the drawings. Okay. So basically hitting that standard deal. Were we doing that on the daily? Yeah, we're still in the bearish control zone here on the daily time frame. And I think that 115, yeah, that's what I was saying. Potentially coming back into that for that rejection. Not a lot in between here, which is why those are 4-hour ranges or 4-hour support resistance zones in here. So again, we could just be looking to do that much. We haven't done that yet. We could just be looking to do that much. And then if you were going to take a short, I would say that that would be the place to do it. I don't know how likely that is. Maybe over time, maybe after we get this last little push down and then come back up, then we can come into this golden pocket here at this 4-hour level in here. Maybe that happens there. 16. Yeah, because this still doesn't look ready just yet. This is the one point that we're above it, starting at the 12. And these candles look like they're going to roll over. Yeah, got that squeeze here on the 4-hour. This is really squeezing. And if it flipped up right now, it's kind of lazy. It is turned up a little bit in here. This is really, really squeezing. I'll be looking for a push to the upside on this 2-hour. That is seriously squeezing. Doesn't mean that it has to be a large move. because it wasn't that large in here either. You can see that the selling pressure, the exhaustion from the bears started to kick in over here. And then by the time the squeeze came in, it just gave it that little extra. So this would apply over here. The exhaustion from the bears came in over here, but they were able to, continue this for a while. And then you can see the underlying strength that was coming in from the lows down there. The only bear div I see is really just in here. Yeah, it's really in here. But then we can take that bearishness. We can invalidate this bear div in here for sure, which that would be the rejection, because we're not going to come up here and invalidate this one right away. But we can definitely invalidate this bear div in here on this 2-hour time frame. And then that puts us back to, that puts us back in here. So all of that looks doable. Let me take this away. So if this is favoring bulls, then it would do that. It would manage to do that. So I keep my eyes on this 2-hour for now. Let me see. One has an even tighter squeeze here on the one. Didn't mean to do that. So I have to look back at this and see. RSI is in a squeeze as well. See what direction we take this in. Volatility is down. Look like we got a little flaggy situation going on in here too, right across these highs here. Delete that little thing that's in here. Yeah. Can't see those numbers. And And I'm assuming that this little bit of exhaustion that I'm seeing in here with these, with the light green and how we have this little triangle in here, it's just a build up for the break, either break up or break down. Right now, um, I would be leaning towards invalidating that bear div, but yeah, I'll be leaning towards invalidating the bear div. But this light green in here, it does indicate a little bit of exhaustion. I just don't want to zoom out too much. Ethereum with the positive delta cross and creeping up on that zero line with the MACD just kind of sitting there close to that zero line. Um, Ethereum could get a pump. I mean, I know I'm saying that some of these time frames look a little bit bearish. I'm just looking at the 12-hour on Ethereum. It could get a continuation up from where it bounced off of that 60 EMA. I'm just trying to see what's going to be the better play today for an entry into this market. XLM, I think XLM is the play. Let me see how often this happens. That's our little triangle pattern. I'm gonna drop that. See what the difference is. There isn't one. I remember when the Coin King had hood, and I told him to hold it. And at the time, I think Kathy Woods was stepping in and buying some too. Her announcement came later after he'd already been sitting in it, and he didn't think that it was doing anything. And I'm like, it looks really good, but yeah, like he said, he sold anyway. It just tells you how much he values my advice. And the dash line that you're looking at right here, this is just simply where we had some highs at. So we have some liquidity here below this line. Some pretty good liquidity if we do see a break below here. There's really no discrepancy in here with this. I mean, when I drew that trend line on here, we could see that when, RSI tried to come up, it got that rejection. It's basically the same as having this cloud cover here with this yellow signal line. That's all these right here do, is just make it easier for you to identify where a trend line would potentially be at here on the RSI, or some sort of a regression line. Let's see total. While I'm waiting on Bitcoin here. I'm gonna do this as quickly as I can while I'm waiting on Bitcoin. But you can see right here with total two, how we just came back and basically at this moment just treating this golden pocket as an inverse fib because we just dropped down into the golden pocket here and got the bounce away for now here on total two market cap excluding Bitcoin. I did go back through here and do a little extra research on total two, and the only thing that I really found here about total two is that once we get a break of structure, we usually pump for about 20 bars in on the monthly time frame, and we've already hit that 20 bars. We're already 20 bars in. So the first yeah, let me hide that. So I have to extend this out, but just based on this alone here, like historically what it has done. Let me just put the auto on here for this. I think like right in here, I think we did like 20 bars in. I have it in here. Let me see where my data range is at. Yeah. Okay. I had to do it from the monthly. I apologize. So we got like 20 bars in on this pump here from the bottom to the low, about 1.53 trillion there. And the volume is really going to make a difference, but it was about 20 bars in on this pump here. And then we got our, we went into our drop, which typically happens right behind Bitcoin's halving. And, we went sideways. That really doesn't matter. But anyway, 20 bars in there. We only did like 15 bars in here. This is where we had the whole Terra Luna and all that other crap that happened. It probably would have done 20 bars. I mean, we really don't know, but I'm just assuming it could have done 20 bars in here as well. But it only did this 15 bars in here. And then we got that drop down. We went sideways for a little while in here. But nonetheless, that was the bottom where you see this red here. And so we're already 20 bars in over here. So we're 20 bars in, and we're seeing a little bit of a rejection in here. So a little bit lower than this point over here. So could we only do 20 bars in? It doesn't look like we would just do 20 bars in over here. It doesn't. It looks like we would do more than 20 bars in over here, just based on the weekly time frame. But I mean, it's not a lot of data to go on. It's the best that we have. So just based on that alone, you could say, hey, we're 20 bars in. We probably do see, price drop back down. But so far we've hit each one of our lows. So the return for the altcoin for the total two market cap would be somewhere down here around 935 billion. That would be our return, and then our max pain would be something like this 299. That would be the max pain for it. And that's just basically, again, just looking back at the let me turn the dates off. So that would basically just be looking back at this here, because each time that was basically all we did. So if I was looking at this over here at that moment, I would have said that this would have been our return, and I would have said let me see what it would have had in here for me. Max pain probably I would have had to put max pain down here. So that would have been max pain in here at the time. Nope, it wouldn't have been that. It would have been exactly where it is now. because it didn't actually expand, and it never expands when it comes down into it. So I mean, this will start to move a little bit, but right now this will be the return. Let's just say that we did go into some sort of a bear market. I'll be looking forward to returning here unless this starts to rise or something. But typically, when it comes back into it, you don't see any sort of expansion. It just drops into it, and if it doesn't hit the low, it just bounces away somewhere within this cloud here. The only thing that expands is the top side. So we continue to put in higher highs. We're a little lackluster here right now on taking out this high over here, but we usually just put in a higher high so we see the expansion to the top, but we don't typically see an expansion at the lows. You don't see an expansion. Yeah, so no, never has an expansion happen. So that would be the max pain on it. Unless, all of a sudden we're just doing something different. And the US is a third world country or some crap like that. But yeah. I mean, I know that the formation that we're in is a bearish formation. We've done the 20 bars in, but when I look at the weekly time frame, it doesn't make me feel that way. I just don't feel that way. Let me take that off. Yeah. I just don't feel that way when I look here at the weekly time frame. I see us, we're above our 50 over here, which usually when we get above the 50, we at least get a decent push up. Now we could start to chop around in here. Like we could just chop in here and then this 50 starts to rise over time because we're not going anywhere. But otherwise, I would be expecting that we do get a push up a little bit higher in here. I mean, we look back over here to where we first came back up above the 50. We went sideways for a while. We lost a little bit in here. But again, because we had that Bollinger there, we didn't see an expansion. We didn't see us going down lower than that. And we just crossed back up and we continued this move up. So we've been I mean, I know that the metrics for how the total market cap works, how altcoin season works. I know what they're using for the metrics. I just think that it's a better way of looking at the metrics, than how altcoins perform against Bitcoin dominance, because you're always going to have some some slackers, and you're going to have some that really perform. So if you're looking at your blue chip altcoins, then those are the ones that are really going to, you don't want to be waiting for, how well the rest of the market performs against Bitcoin dominance. You don't want to be looking at that. So with your blue chips, you probably, you say that the bull market started over here for altcoins, even though we had these swings in here. So if you were picking up down here, you were sitting pretty. And then the same thing over here. We're above our 50 here. One little dip below. I don't know. To me, it looks fine. To me, we still look fine. I think the only issue I ever saw over here was when we had that Bollinger expansion here on the weekly time frame, and how it started to look like we were already getting initially we had this bar right here was red, and I was like, okay, well that's kind of early, because usually when we break up out of the squeeze, we perform a lot better, and we recently broke up out of this squeeze. So we mainly at this point here with this back test of this golden pocket just came back down to standard deviation 1 on the Bollinger. So we're still in the bullish control zone. We're still in it. I mean, we just did a lot better. This was a tighter squeeze, and we just did a lot better with the push up. But we bounced around between standard deviation 1 and 2, which is what you like to see when you do get a Bollinger squeeze, is that you stay within the top 2 bands, the 1 and the 2.
before any sort of a correction comes in. Same thing over here. Not as tight as this squeeze, but a squeeze nonetheless. And when we got the breakout to these green bars, we stayed within our 1 and 2 here. Then we got this discrepancy in here, the same way we got discrepancy in here. But this discrepancy that was showing up over here kind of early, it disappeared. And so this ended up just being green after all. And so since it disappeared, I don't think that it's a big issue. Because we did this each time when we got the reversal. And it scared me for a sec when I did see this red. It's like, okay, well, we got that here. We got it here. And then we got this correction. But it flipped back from green to red. So I feel okay about total 2 market cap in the moment. It has never not performed good whenever it broke up out of a squeeze. So I don't expect for this to be any different. Just not as tight because we are expanding. And that's probably why it's not as tight, because the pattern that we're in is an expanding pattern. And it's typically a bearish pattern. This is really a bearish pattern, but it doesn't mean that we still can't get that final push up. And if we come up into the top side of this trend line again, then we just take out this high over here. And then we can look for us to roll over. So, I mean, there could just not be a connection between the 20 bars and, could not be a connection with that. Bitcoin is still in that little range there of that triangular pattern. So nothing there. The sell signal doesn't have to mean anything. I just want to say that sell signal doesn't have to mean anything. The sell signal is just coming up because we're just pushing back into standard deviation 2. That's all. It's there simply because of that. It's saying that we're no longer closing outside of this band. We're now coming back into it. So that's all that is. It wasn't really too much more. I looked at the correlation between October, and there was nothing there. The only other thing that I did, only other notes that I did pick up on this, and let me see if I can find what that was here. Yeah, so it was showing me that the okay, so the bottom to the break of structure, but that's not really important. Yeah, it's not important. So that was it. Just the bull runs are typically somewhere between that 15 and 20. We've only had really 2, so it's not a lot to go on. We're already within, the 20 bars in, or 20 months in on this pump over here. And that when we do get into the bearish decline, we'd be looking at about 18 to 26 months. So somewhere around 1.5 to almost 2 years. Unlike Bitcoin, that usually just does 1 year, 1 year down, 3 years up, 1 year down. And October is the typically when the cycle ends for Bitcoin is October, at least based on the last 2. We had the one in November, the one in December. So it was December the first one, November the last one. We could be looking at October now as the end for Bitcoin. All right. Let's see. Still just hanging on in here. Come on, Bitcoin. We don't really have a defined low here for Bitcoin. We do this top. I mean, we have this line here. I'm just saying on the RSI. I mean, the way that we can see how the RSI, when it comes up and it hits somewhere around this yellow, that it rejects, or, you know, that it rejects around here. Don't really have, um, don't really have anything running across the low here for clarity. Maybe on the Bollinger. Volume's declining on these last three little bars in here. Got a little better volume coming up. Yeah, this is kind of hard because really, like I said, there is no confluence to the bottom, just to the top, just showing the rejections up here. We're gonna prep for a long, just because the 4 hour looks pretty nice. Again, 4 hour. You know, I've been seeing the 4 hour the entire time. Looks nice. Um, it's just that one. Okay, so we're kind of clearer over here on the 1 hour time frame. Yeah, we're gonna prep for a long position. Hopefully, hopefully it'll be based on price either coming back down into here for this look. Well, coming back down into here, or I mean, taking out this low. One of the two. Like I said, we can take the liquidity below this line right here, but I think that yeah, we're gonna get a bounce off of this 4 hour for sure. A better move off of this 4 hour. Right now, we do still have the bear div. I think it was on the delta. This bear div here. And the bearishness on the money flow also. We're just squeezing more and more. That's about it. Just squeezing more and more because every time we come down here to yeah. Total two is trying to print a momentum line. So it's trying to print a momentum line that pushes price up. That's what I'm looking at right now. Total two. It just popped out. Again, it's been trying it for a minute now, but it just popped out here again. As dominance is doing its own little thing over here. This actually. All right, 9 o'clock, about 30 minutes before market opens. Just aligning where our range is right now. So this is just sort of like what we're doing within this Bollinger, with our high being here, a low being here, and then our midpoint being here where we just saw that rejection from. And so you know that it's not actually when it breaks here, but when it breaks this one, that's going to be where the expansion will actually come in at. If it's going to drop to the downside here. And again, the liquidity that's here below this dash line, all of this liquidity through here. It's more even than this up here. I guess Bitcoin is just waiting for markets to open. All right, Bitcoin, show us the way.
Check out liquidity here.
Again, just trying to see where we have some orders sitting in here. So while we're sitting on that standard deviation, one there for BIDI, you can see in here where I have that dash line at, it's very little in here. It's very little in here too. All right, I guess I've done too much flipping for the stream, starting to lag. And then you can see down here where that highlighted box is at, the yellow box. I'm gonna have to go back over where the yellow box was at on the chart. It's down here about 112.921 down here. So just a bit more liquidity sitting down here around these highs in here. Still have more shorts in the market, which is why I'm saying we're gonna look to get long. Sorry, I knew that was about to happen. It was lagging a little bit there. And yeah, sometimes the stream does that. I pay too much money to use this platform for it to do that, but it does it ever so often. It's not coming back up. There it is. Just kind of messes a lot of stuff up. My chart. Especially when I start flipping through the charts a lot, it starts to do that a little bit more. And just an FYI too, so if we do drop down here, we do start to lose this low down here. I mean, yeah, if we do start to reject from here, then we'll be looking at losing the 200 on the 15-minute time frame also with this squeeze. So everything right now, you can see the midpoint 50 here for that rejection, along with the 50 here for that rejection there. What is this? It's momentum. Momentum is bearish. But we're in a squeeze, so I guess we can expect that. 15 more minutes until market opens. That's where we'll start to see this volatility play out. Hmm. Looking pretty decent in here. Just drop that down a little bit. What did our delta look like? Got a bearish cross on the delta. Yeah. Bearish cross here on the delta again. Bearish cross on the delta. We are around the zero line. I mean, yeah. I mean, but nonetheless, it's a negative cross there. Volatility is picking up. Right, about 9 minutes till market opens. And again, if we do, which we can't tell right now, let me turn that off. If we do, that's what I'm looking for. Let's just say, just saying, this is what I'm looking for down in here. It's just coming down into here. But if that doesn't happen, let's just say we take whatever is in here. Let me drop that down a little bit. I'm gonna say that it does something like this. That's too much. I don't like the risk to reward on that. And I would be looking for potentially something like that on the upside. It's 33.33. If that happens like that, that could, or we again be looking down into here, just looking at the options of what could happen in here. Let me take that away. Make sure that that's clear. Sorry about that. Again, the stream is just doing extra stuff at the moment. I am so sorry. Let's make sure we weren't negative here on the 1 hour. Yeah, we've been negative for a minute with potential bullish divergence coming into play, but we've been negative for a minute here. Yeah. RSI still looked good, so it just didn't validate what was happening over here at the moment. But this entire choppy move in here looked like that the entire time. for our bearish signal, but I don't think that that alarm has been working properly. But that's what that sound is. It's 1 minute left on this market. See what our dominance did. Okay, dominance is still going down on Bitcoin, so that's plus. Ignore that signal. Nvidia selling off. It was up pre-market and now it's selling back down. Palantir gapped up. Of course, earnings and all that good stuff. So that's that. Coin selling. Tesla selling. Amazon selling off as well. Apple with the gap up. Let's see. All right, they're trying to bounce back in here. I still don't like it. Again, if we start to do this, that's what I'm looking for. Taking the liquidity below these lows here. Potential for a bounce outside of that. But I know that we have a great deal of more liquidity sitting down here. Just coming back in for some of the stuff that we did over the weekend. We'll see which one it wants to give first. There's nothing confirming that. That's what I'm saying. I would ignore it. I don't see anything confirming that. I don't think it makes sense to ignore this liquidity in here. I mean, I get the SFP right here, but I just don't see a reason to ignore it. That's a big candle. Uh, just dropping this. Oh yeah, stock market is getting a pump. After it tried to sell off, it's getting a nice little pump back up. Probably just to do what it was doing earlier, pre-market, and then we'll see. Yeah, I still say it comes down. That's just my opinion. I don't like this. I don't like that we're sitting here with those orders just below here, and then we don't take that, and that liquidity that's sitting here, we don't take that. Let me make this a solid line. That's kind of gonna make me uninterested now in something like this. While I was saying that here, up into here, it's gonna make me not interested in this point now because we're getting this little reaction in here. That was this made more sense. Either that or down in here just makes more sense. So we could, if we get this rejection in here, which is what I'm looking for, the rejection here, if we get that and we start to come down, then this wouldn't be any good anymore. And I'll probably be looking here instead. In pre-market, like Nvidia was filling in that gap or had actually filled in the gap. So I really think that, right now with this pop back up, it's just actually looking to fill in that gap, and then it gets that move back down either to where I bought in or to the low that we were looking at, the next zone that we were looking at here on the live. I mean, if it pumps, and I won't be mad at it. Um, but I just think that that's probably all. Bitcoin dominance continues to sink. And total two, like I said, it was trying to print that momentum line. It is trying to push. So Ethereum looking pretty good right now. Um, let's see what Sui looks like. Oh, Bitcoin to spite me. Mm. Jeez. That's why I hate when it hangs around the zero line. And I said, don't buy that. And that's my problem right now. I really wanted that to not be the moment. I wanted this liquidity to get taken first. It's overextend me. It just did break up out of Bollinger, so they're saying it's overextended won't matter. So if it finds the strength, this is what I'll be looking at right here. 115, 366 is 794. That could just be a back test here. I don't really need that anymore. I saw the expansion now. Um,
Let's peek at this 30.
Again, the only thing I think that could be happening in here is we could make that attempt. The other scenario that I addressed earlier, we could make that attempt to invalidate the bear div here on the 4 hour time frame before getting that move pushed back down and then getting that ride up because the 4 hour time frame is a decent looking time frame. I just think, yeah, 4 hour time frame is a good looking time frame. But we do have some bear divs in the chart. So maybe it invalidates the bear div in here um, first and then gets that move down for these orders that are through here, where this line is here, this line, and then get the push up for a little bit higher, say coming back up here into this point here around 117. That could only be the explanation for front running, in my opinion, the liquidity that's sitting down here. Because to get this close to it and not take it, uh, I don't like that. I'm long. I have my short and I have the long position that I entered in yesterday. Uh, so it's a win-win, but I really wanted to, be able to get that set up in here for anybody that tuned in that just didn't hit here. And I said don't buy this, and I don't feel wrong for saying don't buy it. Because we just simply, sorry about that screen issue. We're too close to taking out this here. And it wasn't enough in here to even feel the need to front run it. But since we bounced away from it a few times, it just seems like the place to do it. But instead, it just did that little SFP there. So I wouldn't short it from here. Again, I just wouldn't. I wouldn't short it for here from here. I would look for this liquidity here to get taken first to entertain a short position, and I will look for the liquidity in here to be taken to entertain the long. I just, yeah. If you weren't already in one, that is how I would do it. Either it takes this liquidity in here for me to look for the short position, or it takes the liquidity at the lows down here, within here where we have this liquidity at this line, or the liquidity that's in here, one of the two. It can do either one, but it needs to do one or the other one to be able to want to be interested in taking the loan. They're already More shorts piling in, which means squeeze to the upside. And I would wait for liquidity to be taken. It's a nice candle. You'll have a little bit of resistance here. But it could, I expect for it to do that at least. Maybe it even does that one first. Either do it like that or again invalidate that bear div on that 4 hour. More shorts piling in. Again, this is that scenario one. And then two. XRP gonna change your character on the 4 hour time frame. It's so false move Monday. Ay, 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 ay. I know this still looks nice over here. All right. All right, it's just me, but I do have to go. I'm just going to say this again. I don't see price hitting this yet without coming down here to take this down here. Like that just doesn't make sense to me. The whole V-shaped recovery. I mean, I get this part in here, and that's why I got long on Sunday because we did have the bullish divergence down here at these lows and very oversold here on the 4-hour time frame. But at this point right now, it just yeah. At this point right now, just based on some other things that I see in the chart, I think that we clear up. I mean, like I said, can come up here and clear up this bearish divergence in here, clears that, and then comes back down, and then goes up and comes for this section in here. So I don't see it doing, but I was wrong right here when I said don't buy that. You know, it's okay. It's okay. I see it. Maybe taking again, maybe taking this liquidity in here, and then coming back down here for the liquidity in here. Actually, it's some pretty good liquidity at this point here, and then getting to move up into here. It's what I'm more leaning towards here for Bitcoin. I don't think it just does a moonshot from down here and just goes all the way up here. I don't think that that's the case. And then what will we do? We'd be looking for it to hold here and then continue up. So I don't think that's the case. But I can also be wrong as heck. It's a very strong move right now, though. And beyond this point right here, you would get another Bollinger Squeeze. I mean, another Bollinger expansion. I'm sorry, I said squeeze. But beyond this point right here, you would get another Bollinger expansion. Beyond what I'm saying about this invalidation of this bear dip over here, and then another pullback to take the liquidity that's down here, potentially even, down as far as down here to this yellow, because it's a lot more sitting right here. And then the expansion. All right, I guess I'll have to update on X or something. But like I said, 115, 366 to 115, 794. This is your resistance area right here for Bitcoin right now. Can reject off of this bottom right here, but there is also this situation where price can come up and look to invalidate the bearish divergence by coming up here and taking the liquidity above this little point right here. And that's what I'm looking at. That I still think that this liquidity underneath here gets taken. We've had some clean bounces away from it, and I just think that that gets taken. And what I was seeing um, on the map is coming back down here into this high here on the 4 hour time frame. This just kind of, I don't know if it's just trying to move along with the stock market or what it's doing. Hmm. This whole thing down here is just really throwing me off right now. It's really throwing me off. You see the potential in the 4 hour time frame. I just don't see that happening without this coming back down. I mean, and it's Monday, so it is what it is. And then that next zone up here, of course, is 117, 192.19. And this is the Binance chart up to 117, 622. In case for some reason the market just really wants to push up there. That could be the case also. The market really wants to push back into these lows up here, where this was acting as previous support and then we lost it. It could be looking to do that as well. This doesn't look like a V-shaped recovery situation to me, even though it is acting as a V-shaped recovery. It's leaning more towards maybe a double, some sort of a double bottom, a W, some sort of a W formation down here. Just not this. So I was wrong on that. And with that said, I appreciate anyone who stopped by today to hang out with me down to Crypto TA. You can follow me on X at down to Crypto TA. If I see it, I'll mention it. Right now, it just wasn't how I thought that it would have played out. And so missed an opportunity to present some sort of a long entry. I knew that we were looking for the long entry. It just wasn't the breakaway from here. Just trying to see this liquidity get taken first. And I would avoid any shorts until you actually see at least this one right here. I would say the liquidity get taken. Like you can come back down this point here, but right now it just, yeah, if it was going to be an SFP for this, the reaction would have came in strong at this point, and it didn't. We just have continued to stay above the standard deviation 2, and as long as price is above the standard deviation 2, it's very strong. It's not something that you really want to play around with in terms of trying to short it. um, but once it starts to take some liquidity, that's an indication that the market wants to continue lower. To be honest, that's why I was saying, like, if it had taken the liquidity down here, it would be an indication that the market wants to go higher. In my opinion, it didn't do that. So if it started taking liquidity from the sell side here, then I would be looking for prices to come lower. That would just be the rationale for me. We got a lot of shorts piling into the market in here. This is just a short squeeze, in my opinion. Short squeezes don't last, because once people start seeing this price action here, then they're going to start to want to get long on it, and that'll be the point where the market is looking to turn around. You're going to be wanting to get long on it because you're going to see it taking this liquidity from the top side here. But that's what markets do when they're looking to go lower. Position themselves to go lower. All right. And again, if something comes up, it'll come out. And until then, I hope everyone has a